microphone? Yes,
문제를
it is
회피하려는 게
on.
아니에요. 그냥 잠깐 쉬어갈 뿐이죠. 이제 괜찮아요. 다시 재부팅해봐요.
Alrighty then. How's my shitty Vector doing? Slow and steady, as usual. I wonder if it's possible if I can move all this. It's a little bit, but it'll do for now. So much sewage. Anyways, gonna continue the story, but I'm gonna skip a lot. I feel like I'm far behind.
방위과에서 4세대의 내부 자료를 뒤적거리고 있던
And plus, I was already spoiled. I was already spoiled with how the outcome goes, so nothing spoiler much. Plus, I think it saves. No, if I keep... Nah, nothing. Never mind. I was gonna say, as long as I keep skipping cutscenes, maybe it won't be much of a spoiler. But, no, it is. For, like, the fight. The big fight that's about to happen soon. Oh no. Evil woman is on the move.
예상한 대로야. 네파리스의 목적은
Hmm.
아다시르랑 같을 거야. 식양원을 파괴하고 대균열을 여는 거겠지. 네파리스는 지금 침식으로 이 대지를 더럽히려고 해. 이런 걸 엔드필드가 가만히 보고만 있을 수는 없어. 이제 결전의 순간이야.
Excuse me. Okay. Oh. I was like wondering, where am I going? It's not visible on the marker is not visible on the map. Oh, whoops. I just realized I should have changed the stream title because at first I was going to play some Hitman, but then I thought, I've already done that too many times. Whoops. Right. Aish. while I'm at it, change the thumbnail. All right. Oh man, I hate when they assign you with preset characters. Why not just let me use mine? Well, later they'll allow me, but it's a double-edged sword. It's good for those who haven't leveled up their characters yet to the point of the story, for the sake of the story. But on the other hand, could just let me use my characters.
앞쪽에서 전투가 벌어지고 있어요. 모두 성 안으로 대피하세요. 관리자님, 성나는 뒤로. 나머지는 지금의 전열을 유지.
저기 또 와요.
관리자님. 버텨. 한전사님, 좋았어요.
첫 번째 주민들도 있어. 방법이 없는 건가?
관리자님, 다행이에요. 지금 대열 쪽에 전선을.
관리장님.
It's a we must counterattack, set up our defenses and all that sort.
됐다. 손상된 천사장의 위치를 확인했어.
It's
서두르자.
supposed to be green, like Luigi, not red.
관리자, 피. 중시경으로 천사장을 수리하자. 그럼 분명 배열의 방어도 강화될 거야.
Ugh, I need the cold air blowing against my window. I just did a quick jog workout after I ate like multiple slices of pizza and popcorn chicken.
이렇게 되다니. 분명 원래대로 되돌릴 수 있을 거야. 천장이야. 피난이 무도한 게 천장이었구나.
The whole city is under siege.
또 경보가 울리기 시작했어. 다들 버텨줘야 할 텐데.
불꽃을 조심해.
저기 갈천사님이야. 늦진 않은 것 같아.
당황하지 마. 대열을 안정시키는 게 우선이야. 코어를 지켜.
여기까지야. 연속 공격.
Oh, where's the big heavy hitter?
여긴 우리가 맞지. 자네들은 서두르게.
처자연 환경에서는 사비들이 우리를 버틸 거야. 똑바른다. 앞으로는 못 갈 것 같아. 거리가 너무 멀어. 손상됐어. 뼈파랑 불꽃을 조심해.
Excuse me. The Pan.
고가
Big Panda. I find it funny that the Pan's weapon is a sword. Should have been a broadsword. Or a great sword. But then again, he's got a giant pan, cooking bowl. What do you call those? At least there's that.
미브 언니, 저희 왔어요. 때마침 잘 왔어. 부상자는 뒤로 가. 여긴 우리가 맞는다. 조심해. 또 다른 녀석들이 왔어.
Easy.
재미없는 녀석.
Reinforcements have arrived.
이 녀석들은 이 몸한테 맞기 싫어.
Bird.
그러면 아직 너한테 내 진짜 실력을 보여준 적 없지? 가둬. 너희 자체의 배신자 녀석들. 너희들한테 집값을
Oi.
치르게 해주겠어.
Hiding in the crowd, are we?
교대, 우리 둘이면 충분히 버틸 수 있어. 배열 코어로가 천사장 쪽이 더 급하니까.
건너면 얼른 가. 여기 불같은 아줌마도 아직 팔팔한 것 같으니까. 마지막 배열 코어야. 이쪽 코어가 많이 손상돼서 상당히 불안정한 상태야. 기회를 잘 봐야 해.
우와. You can't stop me. They give you that as a healing item? I would have thought they would give you a better healing item packed in. It is done. For now, there's still other things to take care of.
천사장 배열이 다시 작동되기 시작했어. 이제 침식 조류가 무릉성을 위협하진 못할 거야. 적어도 당분간은. 그럼 이제 네파리스.
Leave her to us. Nah, Mifu will be playable next update. That's where their heavy cash comes in.
여기에 분명 네파리 관리자 천우 준비됐어?
I'm ready. I'm taking my main with me. Team physical. If only I had Rosie as well, but nah. My 50-50 was lost.
드디어 만났네요. 네파리스.
반갑진 않나 봐. 날 초대한 건 바로 너일 텐데 말이야. 난 네 그런 대담함이 마음에 들어.
Her main weapon's not even a sword. This is the second time I had to deal with this woman. I don't think it will be the last. I have seen this boss fight, but I actually already forgot what it's like in the heat of the moment.
반가워, 나의 구세주. 드디어 왔네. 이번엔 날 실망시키지 않길 바랄게. 자, 내 심장을 가져가봐.
그렇게 원한다면 이걸로 끝내드리죠.
절망을 보여주지.
조사령이 네파리스의 육체를 재구성했어요.
R2, not even a I didn't even press that. There's always another phase. Conqueror.
가 요동치고 있어. 네파리스를 막아야 해.
That's way too far. Very far.
공격하자. 그러면 공격해도 소용없어. 허점을 찾아야 돼.
Even in this form, she still has stupid ass air juggles.
두 번의 기회는 없어.
Too soon. Sheesh.
오류 교정.
직접 느껴봐. 조자연의 힘을. 앵커를 부숴야 해요. 벌써 지친 거야? 과거는 이렇게 약하지 않았는데. 버텨주세요. 계속해보라고. 금세주.
It doesn't even hit all of them. Damn. Yeah, that jump doesn't even hit all of the... Doesn't even hit all of them.
서약의 화염.
That boss could have been worked a little bit better.
저기 좀 봐. 정말
주기둥이 파괴된 거야?
저기 더 오는 건가? 침식 조류?
배열을 지원해.
모든 걸 걸었나 봐요.
괜찮나? 걱정하지 말게.
여긴 우리가 있으니까.
If she was any bigger, she looked like she would have looked like a kaiju out of a Godzilla movie. I don't think that's the end of her. It's too soon. I've seen plenty of so-called villains that presumably die. A power of golden rock.
관리자님.
Golden rock beats all. But yeah, that boss fight could have been better. If at least the jump, that plunging attack, I mean, was any better. Bigger AoE.
저기 봐, 침식 조류가 물러가고 있어. 그렇네요. 식양원도 여전히 자기 자리를 지키고 있고요. 저희가 이긴 거예요, 관리자님.
Through thick and thin.
사관 협곡부터 시작된 기나긴 악연이 드디어 끝났어요. 네파리스가 사라졌으니 본크러쉬 집단과 청파체를 배신했던 주민들이 중심점을 잃고
She,
흩어지는 것도
you say she's
시간이
fallen,
네파리스랑
but
아다리는
she'll.
왜 그렇게까지 초자연에 집착했던
I'm sure
걸까?
she's still alive. She's gonna take on another form.
장천사님 다치신 거예요? 아니에요. 그냥 좀 지쳤을 뿐이에요. 식양을 혼자서 조율하신 데다가 방금 전 전투까지 한 번도 쉴 시간이 없었잖아요. 괜찮아요. 이런 일이 처음도 아닌걸요. 그냥 갑자기 긴장이 풀리면서 지금에서야 두려움이라는 게 실감났을 뿐이에요. 네파리스는 확실히 강적이었으니까요.
And there will be even more powerful enemies down the road.
네파리스가 주기둥으로 올 때 오히려 마음이 놓였죠. 전 그냥 저보다도 무릉이 더 상처 입을까봐. 그게 그럼 당신은요? 네? 여러분이 여기에 계시니까 어떻게든 되겠지라고 생각했어요.
There's always a way.
식양원은 무사해. 네파리스의 계획을
다들 조용. 침식 조류가 물러나기 시작했을 때부터 적은 이미 와해하고 있었어. 중심점을 잃어버린 거겠지. 거기 조용히 안 해? 방금 떠든 녀석들 모두 거주 구역으로 집합. 리더,
사람들을 안심시키고 성이 다 하늘이 맑아졌어. 이제 리브를 만나러 가죠. 순찰대원이 바쁘게 움직이는 걸로 봐선 리브도 이 근처에 있을 거예요.
Where did all those items come from?
제가 조금만 더 잘했더라면. 그렇게 생각하지 마세요, 장초사님. 무릉의 피해를 최소화했잖아요. 조금은 기뻐해도 좋지 않을까요? 고마워요. 다친 사람이 많지 않길 바랄 뿐이에요.
리더.
응? 표정이 왜 그렇게 굳어 있어?
아니야. 그냥 직접 미끼가 될 생각이었다면 최소한 나도 불렀어야 하는 건 아닌가 싶어서.
순찰대원의 임무는 성을 지키는 거잖아.
내 임무는 리더를 지키는 거야.
Mm-hmm.
소리가 작진 않던데. 괜찮은 거지?
She's just worried.
보는 대로야. 완전 멀쩡해. 엔드필드 분들이 많이 도와주셨거든. 알겠어. 그보다 여기 상황은 순찰 대원들도 이렇게 노력하고 있으니 금방 일상으로 돌아갈 수. 그럼 넌? 나도 괜찮아. 뭐 별 볼 일 없는 녀석들만 가득해서 시원하게 싸우진 못했다는 게 좀 아쉽긴 하지만 랜드 브레이커는 전부 생기라고는 없는 껍데기뿐인 녀석들이거든. 그리고 청파체를 배신한 놈들은 그 고양이 녀석만도 못하지 주먹을 내지른다는. 이번 전투에서는 정의감을 가진 수많은 사람이 우리를 도와줬어. 리브, 너도 그렇게 생각하지? 그렇지. 근데 조금 있으면 순찰대원이 순찰을 재개할 거야. 언제가 될진 모르겠지만 그 정의로운 사람들한테 감사 인사를 전하자고.
Thumbs up.
여기까지 왔으니 방은거리도 한번 둘러볼까요?
Still need to figure out how to get Arcane
정문에서
back.
가까운 곳이에요. 아길로스들한테 큰 피해를 보진 않았으면 좋겠는데.
최소한 드래곤 버블은 무사하네요.
그것도 그렇네요. 장천사님
Also, I need to heal. That was a good fight, but yeah, like I said, some of the boss patterns could have been tweaked a little bit.
어라, 이게 누구야? 무릉성의 영웅들 아니신가? 관리자, 벨리카, 진천우까지. 물론 장 선생도 함께고.
별 말씀을요. 그때 판 아저씨가 도와주셔서 더 잘 풀린 거예요.
아이, 과찬이네.
지금 청소하고 계신 건가요? 저희가 좀 도와드릴까요?
아니야, 괜찮아. 그냥 미리 가게 문 열 준비나 하고 있었거든. 다들 고생했으니 이제 먹고 마시면서 긴장을 좀 풀어야 하지 않겠어? 괜찮으면 지금 한 끼 하고 가겠나? 응?
It's funny how his glasses are not reflecting properly.
자네가 그렇게 부르더니 살짝 불길한데.
그냥 여쭤보고 싶은 게 있어서요.
이번이라. 내 생각을 말하자면 선택의 여지 같은 건 없었다고 보네. 자네가 어떤...
하지만 제가 청파체와의 관계를 조금 더 잘 만들어갔다면 네파리스에게 그만한 기회를 주지 않았을지도 몰라요.
장 선생, 기억하게. 이 세상에 만일이라는 건 없네. 그때도, 그리고 지금. 이건 나한테 물어볼 게 아니야. 무릉성 사람들, 청파체 주민들, 그리고 바로 자네 자신한테 물어야지. 정 안 되겠으면 관리자한테 물어보도록 하게. 관리자, 장 선생은 평소에는 참 태연한 척하지만 사실 누구보다도 동료의 도움이 필요한 친구일세.
도와드리지 않아도 되는 건가요? 테이블 정리 정도는 같이 할 수 있는데.
괜찮아. 자네들은 자네 할 일이나 하러 가게.
그럼 돌아가죠, 관리자님. 이제 엔드필드와 논의할 일만 남았네요.
그럼 또 봐요, 한 아저씨.
다시 영업 시작하면 할인 행사를 할 테니까 놓치지 말라고.
His legs look like he's wearing pants, but I'm pretty sure he's not. Anyways, hang on.
다들 힘드실 텐데 저랑 같이 다녀주셔서 감사해요.
그래도 상황이 괜찮아 보여서 저희도 한시름 났어요. 통합공업 시스템도 있으니 분명 금방 원래 모습을 되찾을 수 있을 거예요.
The factory must grow, but it's so hard to put a bunch of things together.
조금이라도
그런 말씀을 하시긴 이른 것 같군요.
누구세요? 당신은 응용 특수부대.
코드네임 봉, 장 천사님께 보고드리겠습니다.
엔드필드 위기 대책팀의 권한이라면 여기
적을 추격하고 붕괴시키는 데 성공했습니다. 중간급 두목 17은 현장에서 사살했고 나머지 한 명은 포로로 포박해 홍산으로 호송하고 있습니다. 창적들은 대부분 항복했고 랜드브레이커는 후퇴하면서 저항했습니다. 포로의 대다수는 창적으로.
청파체 주민이에요.
청파체 주민들은 마치 버림받은 패처럼 방치됐지만 랜드브레이커는 끝까지 전선을 유지하며 퇴각했습니다. 적의 지휘관이 아직 남아있을 가능성이 있지만 북쪽 금지구역을 너무 오래 비워둬서 더는 추격하기 어려운 상황입니다.
막다른 곳에 다다른 적을 계속 추격할 필요는 없겠죠. 수고했어요.
또 4세대는 수돈에서 일어난 전투를 파악하고 무릉에 지원을 보냈습니다. 이 일은 관리자님 및 식양 프로젝트의 진전과 관련이 있으니 관리자님께서 며칠
관리자님과 식양 프로젝트. 파견된 천사는 누구죠?
딱 한 명이고 천사가 아닙니다.
Somebody else?
그녀가 무릉에 도착하려면 며칠 더 걸릴 겁니다. 하지만 이미 수돈의 그림에 남은 힘을 이용해서 대장을 구출했죠.
지연이가 무사하다고요? 이런 큰일을 왜 처음부터 말 안 한 거예요?
대장이 무사한 게 큰일입니까?
말투가 진짜 사람 답답하게 하네. 그래서 지연이는 어디 있는데요? 찬우야, 이제 막 전선에서 돌아온 분한테.
대장한테 관심 많은 건 여전하군요. 사실 아직 완전히 괜찮은 건 아닙니다. 다만 최소한 절 따라오시죠.
Somebody needs their engine checkup.
지연아,
Hey, she managed to get out.
사용해서 체력을 다 쓴 것으로 보입니다. 위험한 고비는 넘겼고요.
그냥 피곤해서 잠든 거였구나.
몽냥이 대장을 그림에서 꺼냈을 때 이미 거의 의식을 잃은 상태였죠. 대장의 오리지뉴 마취는 상당히 강력합니다. 하지만 그만큼 신체에 가해지는 부담도 설령 여러분이 수돈에서 아다시르를 쓰러뜨렸다고 해도 그렇게 큰 희생을 치른 뒤라면 네파리스한테서 무릉을 지켜낼 수 없었을 겁니다. 전 대장의 판단이 옳았다고 생각합니다. 그리고 여러분 역시 대장의 바람을 이뤄냈고요.
뭔가 이상하네요.
네. 지금 결씨한테는 그렇다고 할 외상이 거의 없어요.
진짜 그렇네. 그렇다는 건 설마 아다시르가 그림 안에서 아무런 반격도 하지 않았다는 건가?
그림에서의 시간 흐름은 외부와 다릅니다. 저도 대장이 얼마나 싸웠는지 확실히 알 방법은 없죠. 대장이 지쳐 쓰러진 모습을 본 적이 있습니다. 딱 한 번이요. 모릉성이 아겔로스의 잔해로 뒤덮였던 그날.
아다시르는 지금
더 생각해봤자 답이 나오진 않을 겁니다. 지금은 대장이 깨어나길 기다리는 게 최선이죠.
그렇겠네요. 관리자님, 자리를 비워주는 게 좋을 것 같아요. 결이 제...
넌 항상 이렇다니까.
결이 무사해서 다행이야. 이걸로 이번 일은 일단락됐다고 할 수 있겠네.
Oh yeah. I just realized
진짜 엄청나게
something was
많은 일이
missing on
있었던
the
것
screen.
같아. 그럼 어쨌든 4번 협곡에서 시작된 원한은 여기서 끊어낸 건가?
하지만 아직 엔드필드한테는 지켜야 할 사명이 남아있어. 우리가 이곳에 온 목적은 식양 프로젝트를 추진해서 무릉 대균열을 억제하는 거였으니까.
방금 봉씨도 말했잖아. 홍산과학원에서도 지원을 보냈다고.
지체할 필요는 없겠네.
식양 프로젝트가 중요한 건 맞지만 연구가 하루아침에 끝날 수 있는 건 아니에요. 무릉에 도착하셨을 때부터 수많은 일을 겪으며 싸워왔으니 이젠 좀 쉬시는 게 좋을 것 같아요. 여러분이 항상 저한테 쉬라고 권하는 것처럼 말이죠.
그럼 장천사님도 너무 무리하지 않도록 노력하시는 거죠?
당연하죠. 적어도 오늘은, 아니 며칠 동안은 무릉성에 머무시면서 잠시만이라도 휴식을 취해보세요. 방은거리 사람들도 분명 여러분을 반갑게 맞이할 거예요. 식양 연구는 어느 정도 진전이 보이면 그때 다시...
장천사님이 그렇게 말씀하신다면야 좋아요. 저도 사실 보고서를 정리할 시간이 좀 필요했거든요.
어? 그것도 일 아니야?
제 도움이 필요하면 언제든지 불러주세요.
꼭 그럴게요.
Oh dear.
아직 늦지 않았어.
Something's up with Our Lady. Ah, I'll be right back. Give me a moment. Okay, I'm back. I think I need a button prompt for the BRB sign. Or, no, hotkey. I wonder when we'll ever get the players will ever get to see Fiona in person. Support team. Everybody here are talking like she's defeated. But even if she was, there's always someone bigger, someone stronger.
리버 언니가 지하라고 했어? 나 어딘지 알아. 근데 거긴 상황이 별로 좋지 않을 텐데.
좋지 않다고? 뭐 하는 곳인데?
일단 한번 가보자.
70, 80, and then a 90. Oh boy. Two purification units. Wasn't one already enough? Well. heck? Kindred souls who share a vision? I guess there's more. Ew.
네. 괜찮아요. 저도 관리자님은요? 땀을 많이 흘리신 것 같은데 뛰어오신 건가요? 거짓말. 네파리스가 남긴 문제가 한둘이 아니더라고요.
I can
그냥 일이
imagine.
많다 보니 통합 공업 시스템 덕분에 식량이 빠르게 보급되고 있고 천사장 대열도 순조롭게 정상 가동 상태를 회복했어요. 성 내부에 이른 리브가 청과체는 탕탕씨가 맡고 계시니 굳이 관리자님에게까지 뭔가를 맡아달라고 할 필요는 없다. 이치대로라면 네파리스가 죽고 무릉의 위협이 사라졌으니 무릉의 안전을 상징하는 이 등이 다시 켜졌... 하지만 아직도 불이 들어오지 않았죠. 네, 무릉 지하에 새로운 균열이 생성됐어요. 말로 설명하기보다 직접 보여드리는 게 빠르겠네요.
Hand holding. How inappropriate.
전 무릉 구역의 책임자로서 지하의 배열 상황을 항상 주시해야 할 의무가 있어요. 그래서 제 사무실 안에는
Oh, must be that waypoint.
그런 건 아니에요. 하지만 확실히 평소에 일이 많다 보니 그게 습관이 되어서 그런지 또 저도 모르게 관리자님을 붙잡고 뛰어버렸네요. 네파리스의 공격을 막긴 했지만 그 여파가 식양원에 손상을 주는 것까지 막진 못했어요.
认证通过，最高权限通道开启。
지하 공간은 복잡하니까 잘 따라오셔야 해요.
Ah, okay. Another whole new area down here.
무릉성은 균열의 밀집 구역에 세워져서 지상의 천사장 배열만으로는 균열의 발생을 완전히 억제할 수 없어요. 그러려면 지상과 지하의 배열이 서로 작용해야 하죠. 이 지하 배열의 위치를 아는 사람은 거의 없어요. 사실 모르는 편이 더 낫기도 하고요. 식양원이 손상되지만 않았다면 균열이 여기까지 발생하진 않았을 텐데. 조심하세요.
Her clothes was no clipping through her. Nice going there.
그나마 지금은 식양이 충분해서 천사장이 최대 출력을 낼 수 있어요. 하지만 균열이 계속 여기 있는 한
And she waited 3 days for this.
저희는 균열에 대응하기 위해 중단했던 중추 식양 장치 프로젝트를 하지만 한 번 연구가 중단됐었기 때문에 지금 가지고 있는 건 불안 들어보셨을 수도 있어요. 프로젝트가 중단되고 중추 식양 장치가 식양로의 핵심 부품으로 개조됐거든요. 지금 중추 식양 장치를 다시 개발하기로 한 건 관리자님이 함께 해주신다면 단 관리자님을 지하 배열로 초대한 것도 직접 균열을 보시고 이후에 지금이 초자연 에너지가 가장 약한 시기이기 때문에 원래대로 지점은 바로 앞에 있어요. 대전의 여파로 기존의 건물 구조는 거의 다 파괴됐어요. 그래서 식양을 이용해 임시 도로를 만들었죠.
Just thought of something that I can do to expand my factory a little bit. But that's assuming I have enough resources. And power. Excuse me.
10년 전으로요. 정확히 말하자면 그림 속에는 당시 무릉 연구 기지가 남긴 이곳이 정상 상태로 돌아온다면 하지만 실망하실지도 몰라요.
传输已完成。
초자연 에너지가 증가해요. 빨리 가요. 조심하세요. 아길로스예요.
이건 어때? 날려버리겠어.
And here I was expecting we go deeper. I guess not yet.
리더, 말했던 대로 파일은 책상 위에 뒀어.
관리자님, 잠시 기다려 주실 수 있나요? 확인해야 할
Oh boy, looking at all these stacks of notes, books, papers. It's already giving me headaches.
네? 갑자기 왜요? 건강에 문제가 생기면 업무에도 지장이 생기니 잘 쉬고 있어요. 더 이상 실수할 여유 같은 건 없거든요. 무릉의 피해에 관한 통계 자료예요. 제 예상보다는 그리 나쁘지 않은 것 같아요. 이제 저희 중추 식양 장치를 가지러 연구소로 가볼까요?
I always forget what R&D stands for. Research and development. Research and development. I don't know why I can't get that glued into my head. Then again, people just often call it R&D.
관리자님, 조금 서두르는 게 좋겠어요. 아마 실험실의 천사들이 중추 식양 장치를 미리 꺼내놨을 거예요.
Alright. Before I continue with that, let me check back on one of my factory sites. Because I just had a thought. Oh shoot, wait, no, it wouldn't work. Because... Right. This area doesn't have the acid. Which is a problem because that's a necessary thing to have. Ugh, no. And I'm lacking in power. Great, now something else is clogged. should I do here? Shoot. Well, it's one problem after another. This is what is this what people in the factory have to deal with? Hey, Ratchet, what's up? Back on ZZZ and Genshin today using a Steam Deck. Oh, and I'm sure you caught the news. ZZZ is finally coming to the Steam. Well, not today or in the next update, but they don't have a release window. But yeah, ZZZ is coming to Steam, and I'm pretty sure it's gonna be Steam Deck compatible. But yeah, remote play seems like a nice alternative. Q2 of 2026. Oh, that's soon. Q2, so June, July, or August. My guess is they're gonna try to aim for a July release, or anywhere close to the game's second anniversary. That's my easy guess.
혼산의 권법을 사용하는 사람들을 많이 봤는데 같은 기술이라도 사람마다 운용 방식이 다른 것 같았어. 아, 그거 말이야? 사실 홍산의 검술은 형식이 없는
You know, it's only a matter of time before Hoyoverse realized they should just put all of their games on Steam. More pipes to automatically unload. Alright, hang on. Let me just get one thing out of the way. Where is it? There. Just get that one battle pass mission off my bucket list. And then just stash it away. And then this, I need to do something about this overflow of acid. I guess I'll start off with adding thing. A pipe splitter. Then connect that to something. I haven't even started the latest story in ZZZ. I gotta get to that too. And then Genshin. No, I've already finished that a while back, a couple of weeks ago. Now, for me, there's not much to do in Genshin as of now. But starting next week, they're about to launch their Phase 2 banners. It's just reruns. Can I? Let's see. I'm kind of curious if I can dispose of the thing. Confirm there. And then, where is it? Pipe control pole. Ah, here it is. In. And then out. Cooking minigame, commission side quests, haven't done the new story yet. I haven't started anything at all in ZZZ on my end. Will this get rid of the acid? I hope not too much. Let's see. Hang on. Okay. Okay. Well, as long as there's acid coming through here to make that, and then that. Hopefully it doesn't get clogged up again. I swear, somebody at Hypergriff, somebody had the brilliant idea to make very complex factory formations. But yeah, in Genshin, yeah, there's like in Genshin there's a new place, the what's it called, Temple of Space, I think. While the Temple of Space isn't considered like a major storyline, but it's a world quest, so you still have to like treat it as a world quest, if you will. It's a whole new area, a permanent new area, with its own story, collectibles to find, and yeah, again, you have to treat it like it's a main story content. That's like. Oh, and then yeah, there is an event at the moment where, you know, I think you may be familiar with, where you have to uncover much of the map by, you know, how there's a percentage, 40%, 60, and 80, to get some Primogem awards, and then you have to do the world quest, which I think in total if you completed all the criteria, you should be rewarded a total of 400 Primogems upon completion. You still have plenty of time. In fact, I'm sure you could do, if you're consistent. I think you'll be able to do explore the new world in just like 2 days. Oh, there's another one of this? Okay. More ways to spend, gain more bills. Which I don't have. Can I get to 2,000? Yeah, that's close enough. New character, is she good? Yeah. Just, she's one of those characters where she has a summon, and then you can just quickly swap to another character. And, I'll show you later. I just, want to see, just need to do this and that. Or, then again, I can do this anytime. Let me just... blah, blah, blah. What's the next upgrade? 3,200. That's fine. I can do that tomorrow. Wait a minute. What is this? Oh, okay. Oh, now it opens. Okay, let me just grab these two, and then I'll switch and show you what the new character Lena is capable of. Let me just switch. PlayStation. Sony PlayStation has put up another stupid feature to verify ID. Funny enough, though, I don't know, like, it didn't ask me for anything else. It just says agree to terms. But yeah, Sony is now asking folks to surrender their piece of ID to verify their age. And yeah, PlayStation owners are pissed. They don't want to give out their IDs and all that sort. Especially considering that, you know, when it comes to age verification, what happens when the company gets a data breach? In fact, I remember a company got a data breach not too long ago. So I say, no, man. Companies nowadays that are trying to do this silly age verification thing, it's dumb. Xbox Game Pass price drop? Yeah, I think it was originally $29.99 per month. Now it's dropped to $22.99. On top of that, who is it? The new CEO of Microsoft Games. She demolished the campaign. What was it called? This is Xbox. Like, I'm sure you've heard about that campaign. It was made by the previous people leading Xbox games, and apparently that campaign, This is Xbox, actually damaged the brand. The idea was, hey, you can play Xbox exclusive on PlayStation, PC, mobile. This is Xbox, which it's like, okay, so then what's the point of buying an Xbox? And it took them, 3-4 years to finally end that pointless campaign. But yeah, the new CEO of Xbox, she's actually doing some good stuff. Remember how a lot of people were doom posting? I mean, including myself, because I was scared. I was nervous. I was like, oh no, this is the lady that was in charge of AI, and she has like no history of Xbox games or whatever. But as of now, she's actually doing some good. She found out that Game Pass was too expensive, so she lowered the price. She wants to focus on making more Xbox exclusive games. You know, if she's gonna do that, she might as well make Halo Campaign Evolve Xbox only. Forget about putting it on PlayStation. And yeah, she actually said, for somebody who worked on AI, she wants people, more human beings behind the desk job to make games. Not to say like she wants to cancel AI. She's still on that, but it's more like more human work, more creative human work, and less AI. So at least she's aware. So that's good. She actually cares. She actually knows what she's doing. For now, it hasn't even been a year yet, so we shouldn't give her too much credit. We'll give her credit now, but wait until like 6 months and then 1 year and see how much she will greatly improve the Xbox brand. If she doesn't, if she somehow messes up consistently in her first year, then you should be worried. Everybody should be worried. But that's the last thing anybody needs right now. All right, so How many days? 2 days, 21 hours. Excuse me. So, Lena is a bow geo user. You're gonna be doing less shooting in combat-wise, because what you'll be frequently be doing is using her little friend. What was the friend little companion name again? Lumi. So you have 3 ways of summoning Lumi, using her burst, her skill with 2 inputs: tap or repeatedly tapping the skill button by feeding this fat fudge rocks. And what does the little friend do? He smacks his, I guess, Geo maracas at enemies. But when it comes to that, you're going to need to associate her with Hydro characters. Because, she's a lunar character. Which means, that new reaction, what was it called? Hydro, lunar crystallize. Oh yeah, and the thing about summoning Lumi. So whether you summon Lumi either with skill or burst, you can reset the duration by inputting whichever. So if you did skill first, then you use burst to keep Lumi on the field a bit more longer. Also, her burst is a healing ability. So Lumi gets summoned again, and any character that is on the field will be healed based on her defense, which I think that's the case. Yeah, initial healing, continuous healing, scaled based on her defense. So if you are going to build her, make sure you give her this set, this 4-piece set. And for stats, it has to be defense. And if you wish, crit damage. But defense is the 2 priority. And then for sub damages, defense, crit damage, crit rate are also necessary substats. And yeah, that's it. Actually, come to think of it, I don't know how frequent her partner does. How frequent does Lumi attack? I just want to see. Okay, not that frequent.
좀 쉬어. 보지 말라고. 이거 막아.
So think of her like what's like all those other characters that have like little companion summons. So again, you have 3 ways. Burst, which heals and also summons Lumi, or use the skill input by either just tap or repeatedly tapping the skill button. I would recommend doing the latter, so that way Lumi initially, grows big and smashes. Like this. So hey, on the good side, Lumi stays will stay on the field even when the skill is reset. But yeah, you want to keep Lumi on the field. Keep on the field for as long as you can. And yeah, make sure you have a Hydro companion. for that lunar crystallized reaction. Plus, Lena actually has a very useful passive mechanic. Where is it? Where's a good spot? For mining. So, ever get tired of using a Claymore character to hit those rocks, mine those ores? Well, if you have Lena, when you're not in combat, this only works outside of combat. That's what. If you're nearby any rock and ore, shoot in any area, and there you go. Her companion Lumi will just rock smash, eat it. That's it. Easy, isn't it? I mean, convenient. That's all the reason why her charge shot is instant. But again, that's just a convenience for outside of combat. So yeah, you know, that's a nice bonus for ore gathering. Chaska is in the banner. Ah, yes. She's in the rerun. Yeah, no, Chaska is also pretty good too. But what's funny is that despite being a Anemo character, no, the thing about her is
장전은 이미 끝냈어. 가자.
is that despite being an Anemo character, no, you do not need to surprisingly, she does not need elemental mastery as her main stats to level up or to focus on. Apparently, it's attack, and then yeah, crit damage. So yeah, you don't have to, unlike most Anemo characters, no, you don't need to increase mastery. For Cheska, alright, where do I start with her? Well, let's start off with her skill, which it's useful in mostly in Natlan, but outside of Natlan, not so much. And here's why, I'll show you. So her skill allows her to fly around areas, but whatever you do, don't sprint. It just runs, it expires really quickly. Not only that, if you try ascending as well, it also runs out pretty quickly. But at the very least, you can use that as like as a way to just give yourself a boost when you're climbing on tall mountains.
바람이 부는군.
My recommendation is just, you know, take it nice and slowly. Don't boost, don't fly up. If you're gonna descend, it doesn't cost any energy, so that's fine. But not like you ever need to go down. It's all about going up. What you're going to be doing frequently is using her skill. Not so much with the aiming and shooting. That's only when, you know, the skill expires. So, I say there's a big difference when it comes to Cheska's skill being used outside of Natlan. So as you saw, outside of Natlan, she has like limited energy thingamajig, that orange bar thing here. Or sorry, outside of Natlan, there's that lack of that orange bar. But when you're in Natlan, once her personal meter goes down, then she uses that little orange meter thing. But yes, it does use up a lot because flying is too much of a convenient in Genshin exploration, if you know what I mean. But yeah, it's the same ordeal. If you try to boost, ascend, that meter, both of them, is going to run out really quickly. So try not to, you know, try not to use it too much. While you're in Nat's Land, make sure you fill up that orange meter thingamajig. Because, you know, worst case scenario, if you know, boost. See how quickly that runs out? But don't worry, if it runs out, you can still pull out your glider. Or if you're falling, you know, just do the, you know, Mario 64. Mario 64 ground pound style. Do your plunging attack before hitting the ground. If you play Mario 64 for many times, then yeah, that trick always works. So yeah, keep that in mind. Her flying is very useful in Natlan only. Outside, not so much. It's temporary. So yeah, no, don't boost, don't ascend unless necessary. Like, yeah. Alright, so that's the exploration segment for Cheska. So what about combat? Her burst, she just shoots a giant animal, I guess. But I feel like there might be more to it. Let me see. I actually never pay attention to the exact details on her burst. I just see a big explosion and stuff happens. The worst part is the weapon banner. Yeah. This is why I never pull the weapon banner. It's like you have to decide between the characters or the banner, but you always go for the characters, but by the time you get the character, you don't even have enough for the for the weapon. Unless you wail, says every rich person. Let's see. Ah, okay. So that's what her burst does. Shoots out a giant animal cannon. Plus, one of her passive abilities, I believe. I'm pretty sure it's passive. Depending on who you have in your party member, one of the 3 random elements will be used. I'm pretty sure it's a passive. I think it's one of her passive talents that you have to unlock. No. No, I'm pretty sure it's a passive. It's a passive ability. Every now and then, whenever you do a charge shot, a random element based on who you have in your party will launch. Yeah, like that. So I don't know how many seconds it takes for the next one to pop out. Yeah, it's random. Sometimes it's depends on who you have in your party. But, and yeah, speaking of which, that's actually another important thing. When you have Cheska in your party, you have to actually consider who you have in your party setup. So, not based on the character themselves, but their element. So you want to have a mix of pyro, cryo, electro, and hydro. Do not, under any circumstance, have an Anemo or a Geo character, because those are, or Dendro as well, because you know those elements have no reaction with each other. That's why. That is why you need to have a mix. Don't bring don't bring 2 of the same elements as well. It has to be a mix. Considering that she's an animal, so of course it makes sense. So yeah, when you use her skill, press the L2 button to aim, lock on to various targets, let the bullets fly, do their thing. The bullets will be a mix of animal bullets and whoever you have in your party based on their element. Yeah. A pyro, cryo, hydro, or electro bullet will be placed. So yeah, make sure you have those in your party. No Geo, no Dendro, not even another Animo. Just the other four. Would have been nice if they had a Dendro bullet. So that way you could cause burn more easily. But no, Animo swirl reaction is good too. And I think that's it. That's pretty much what Cheska can do. Flying is a nice convenient to have, just mostly when you're in Natlan. Outside of it, yeah, it's just it's still something. It beats having a glider though. And then for combat, yeah. Always consider who you have in your party. And have fun flying and aiming and shooting.
바람이 부는군. 목표 고정. 지금이다.
Kind of wonder what her her constellation is like. Okay, that's too much reading. I guess she just gets more stronger, and something passively happens with her skill and burst, I guess.
목표 고정. 지금이다.
Yeah. I forget who was in the thing.
정화의 불꽃.
Who was in the second banner, phase 2 banner next week? I only know it's Lauma, but Nefer I think is in there too. It's both reruns. Lauma and I'm pretty sure it might be Nefer. Dang, do I really need to? Excuse me. Oh man, but these are good substats. And finding elemental mastery is a pain. Wait, the only reason why it's shield absorption, but what about that's why.
타올라라.
All right, Cheska can still do that even when she's not on the field. That random bullet that she'll just fling in. That's probably why the mastery is high, or needs to be high. Not only to make the shield strong. Anyways, right, that new area. It's not just this. It may be small, but the real reason why the update was big is because of the new area. The new world quest will take you up to here, where you'll encounter a familiar enemy, but not exactly the same one. And then you're told to touch the statue so that you can... Wait, no. Oh, I guess I can't do it here. I guess it's a event that's triggered. No. Here. It'll take you here. The Temple of Space. This is where the real content is. So yeah, like I said, there's like, it's a whole new area. Lots of treasure chests. And something equivalent to Oculus's. But don't worry, they give you a compass for free. That allows you to find them. And yeah, does this place look familiar? Well, it's not exactly what you think. But I guess in a way it's part of it. One of those corner parts of the world. Corner parts of what could be Celestia, but no, they just call it the Temple of Space. The loading screen? Yeah. Almost, but a little different. Just another part of it. There's some puzzles to do as well. But don't worry, they're not Silent Hill levels of puzzles. If you could do the puzzles in Genshin, like in Natsland, Inazuma, then this one shouldn't be too much of a head scratcher. But yeah, don't worry, if you ever get stuck, you can always, just look up on YouTube. They'll show you how it's done. There is at least one new type of enemy in this world. And you have to be careful with them. They have this gimmick where they absorb whatever element you throw at them. So for instance, when they initiate their so-called gimmick desperation move, whatever element you throw at them, let's say pyro, if it builds up to the max, they have highly pyro resistance. So then you'll be forced to use other elements and physical damage. And they tend to fight in pairs, so watch out. They have a tendency of doing wave attacks, which I can just show you anyways. I just need to find them. Yeah, there we go. They, like I said, they attack in waves. I think it's a geo damage.
지금이다. 지금이다. 타올라라.
Right there. Once they do that stance, they're absorbing whatever element you're throwing at them. And once they absorb it, they have high tolerance resistance over it. So, in other words, yeah, just go attack them with a different element. The only element they cannot absorb, of course, is Geo, Dendro. Dendro, I'm pretty sure they can't. Anemo, Geo, and Dendro. So watch out for those guys. They have a very funny hitbox timing as well. So my advice is, if you want to play it safe, make sure you have a healer or a character in your party that has the stronger shields. And then yeah, when it comes to what was it? When it comes to the element that when it absorbs an element, my tip advice is switch to a character where the element won't be absorbed. So in this case, Geo, or Anemo, or Dendro. But if you're gonna use Dendro, don't burn it. It's gonna absorb the pyro, and then burning will become next to nothing. Just throw something at it. Geo. My one character I can think of is Noelle. Or if you want, just go crazy, go ham. Even if it absorbs an element, again, it doesn't mean it's immune. It'll still take damage, but just not a lot. But at least the element, that's where elemental reactions come in to dish out even more damage, or get the job done at least. So yeah, that's like the only enemy to look out for. But in this place, there's a bunch of various enemies throughout the game that you'll come across. Because apparently this place, this Temple of Space, how do I put it lightly? They are archiving life forms. They're encasing them there. They're encasing them here. They not only archive life forms, but they also archive, I guess, worlds. It wasn't like this before. It was empty. You had to like not repair, what's the word? Repaint? Restore, yeah. Restore this painting. What it was a painting, now it's turned into an actual geographic landscape. So anyways, yeah. These people in the Temple of Space, they also have a segment of Sumeru Desert. There are... What the... And then... I'm guessing this might be non-Kraid because of the way how the geo is shaped. No, I think that's it. It's just 3 places. Yeah, 3 places that they archived. Right. Blah, blah, blah. And then you have this thing where you have to offer it memory cores. You remember these? Like these kind of things. Like back in Natlan, you have to like offer some stuff to it. This is the thing where you have to level up to increase, to not only get rewards, but it also powers up your compass. Which compass? This one. use this compass to search for all treasures and collectibles, including the memory cores. So that way searching is easy. And that way you can level up that giant cube to level 10 max really quickly. And there's apparently more than enough. You don't have to collect all of them. Just enough. Because apparently I think there's still a couple of 1 or 2, 3 memory cores I haven't even collected, and yet I still managed to max that out. Actually, come to think of it, I just remember something. This dude. Because once you get the memory core back up to level 10, then you're free to... Oh, here it... Okay, no. This is where the other memory cores are needed. Gonna need a map for a chest location. Oh yeah, don't worry. There's no Statue of the Seven to uncover the map. You uncover the map as you progress through the world quest. And then yeah, like I said, once you're given the compass, and then as you level up the memory core to power up the compass, because yeah, the compass also has level tiers. Just 3, level 1, 2, and 3. The more when you level up the compass, it tracks down the treasure chest and the memory cores easily. Oh, did they fix this one? Whoa, okay, yeah, there's like a whole other segment down there. But I'm not gonna spoil it. And just as a heads up, this building particular, you need 3 pieces of keys to unlock it. Like, you know, in Don Crate, you have to like collect 3 pieces to unlock a door. Same thing with Natalan. Yeah, it's like one of those. It's not hard to find. Just keep you either get lucky that you get all 3 pieces early, or you get it late, depending on, I'm guessing RNG. You get them from chest. Okay, hold on. I wanna know if they fixed this, or there's that, or the last particle is somewhere that I couldn't see. Because I kept doing this challenge and it kept telling me that I missed 5, but how could I possibly miss 5? I didn't skip any of them. Oh, that's why? Okay, now I see. I think. Whoa, spoiler territory. Well, sort of. Okay, I think I see where the missing particles were. But it wasn't there before. Maybe they fixed it. Or maybe that's just me being absent-minded, or, you know, the visuals are just blending in too well. My depth perception and the way how some colors are blending in with the background.
Yep.
Wait, no. Didn't? No, those... No, hold on. I think my memory's coming back to me. No, those ones I collected. Didn't I? Okay. Oh no, yeah, no. Those are the numbers. So I did miss those when
정말 아름다워.
when I was descending. Say what? What is that? Where is that? Is that somewhere I could explore underneath? Oh wait, I was just there. Is it under here? How did I miss those? There's another layer. Ah. So yeah, these are the memory cores. Consider them like Oculuses. You're gonna need to collect these. Power up the... No, that's a memory factor. Never mind. What did the memory cores look like then? Do I even have any spares? No, I think that might be something else. But no, those are very vital to collect. So keep an eye out on those. Oh, gee, what? Oh.
태양이 나를 따른다.
The artifacts are loose. Oh, there's your little companion. He may look like a big scary hand, but no. He will be your best friend. Because then he can do stuff like this. Okay, what's happening? What? What is happening? Where's this even taking me?
정화의 불.
받을 필요 없어.
태양이 나를 따른다.
Oh,
괜찮네.
some goodies.
마음에 들어.
Lots of goodies. Can I break these? No. But, oh, there's an exit. Oh. So that's where it leads. Can I go down, or is it a one-way trip? Yeah, it was a one-way trip. Great, now I have to go back. I have to go back down. They archived the sea creatures. Okay, yeah. I definitely did not look up when I was here. Well, I could have. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to do that. That was, I blame Arcanite's Enfield for doing that. Because in that game, triangle is, you know, pick up items. Whereas this game, it's, circle. Oh. And another. How much did I even completed this? Oh, 100. Okay. Even though it says 100, there's still some other stuff, small stuff, I guess, in this at this point, just to collect, gather, if you wish. Ah, there it is. It's just these things, like those pile of rocks you find, just to give ya Mora. Holy smokes, I missed a lot of stuff. Well, that's a thing between me and deserts. Another reason why I don't like them. Not only does the sand get everywhere, but all the valuables are also everywhere. I hear. I can see, like, the fudge. Where am I? How did I get here?
괜찮네.
Or is this like one of those inverted pyramid worlds?
괜찮네.
Oh, I think I remember why I didn't have time to do any exploration here. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the story that happens here forced me to rush and, you know, spend less time exploring. They forced you to, you know, get a move on, don't explore. Don't look for any collectibles, just go. Ooh, excuse me.
태양이 나를 따른다.
There's a chest somewhere here, or do I have to complete a quest to make it appear? Let me guess. Yep, I knew it. It's one of the, it's Sumeru's invisible platforms.
모험의 보상이군. 기념할 만하겠어.
It's been so long. When I came to this section, I was like reminiscing the old puzzle days when I was in Sumeru Desert, and I was like, oh yeah, this, I remember this, I remember that. Ah.
모험의 보상이군. 기념할 만하겠어.
There it is. But then there's another one. Somewhere. I don't see it. Ah, that's fine. There is a chest up there, somewhere ahead there. Oh, this one's automated. And this one too. Makes you wonder why they even bother put a timer then. And that was more than 50. As if they assumed that you could possibly miss one.
소장할 물건이
Unless you do it
하나
on
늘어났네.
purpose. It's like a... I have no idea where that is. I'll just leave it. It's fine. Even when it's not part of the main map, yeah, there's still ways for Genshin to expand its world. Wonder where the cryo region is gonna be at. And apparently they have a steam train. But where here, where in Teva would there be a train? Well, I do like trains. steam engines or diesels, so and think of all the characters that we will encounter there. Those who will join the traveler, befriend with the traveler, and of course those who have an itch against the traveler that needs scratching. Just imagine the cold shoulder they're gonna give and the warm welcome. As for ZZZ's next update, yeah, the next update will be the epilogue to Season 2, which is just right on time for, let's see, now it's April, next update is in May. So I'm assuming Season 3 starts on June. And then on the 4th of July, which is the game's release date, just for the anniversary. So, yeah. Excuse me. Things are basically going according to plan. Also, Billy is finally getting an S rank variation. Oh, whoops. I didn't want to go there. Actually, come to think of it. This season will end in 5 days. And I just started this, so 20 days, yeah. I know what I'm doing all night. This and the new area. Remember, you can take your time. In fact, actually, yeah, you have like 65 days to do it just to get the exploration reward here. That's plenty of time. Don't worry. The one event that I just missed out on was this. Nothing too major. I just missed on getting the feather thingamajig. And I think I already used up all of it. I think the feather thing is called Dust of Enlightenment, where you can freely reshape an artifact substats or something like that. Yeah, I think that's what it was. I need to change up my team here, or one of these, something that I'm not going to use for sure, or make adjustments to make them better, or even ones that don't seem necessary. Isn't 2 shields already more than enough? I wonder what the ZZZ team is gonna do for the game's anniversary. Give out yet another free S rank character of choice, free W engine S rank W engine for a choice. Will they be as generous as they did in the previous anniversary? I imagine so. Especially the fact that the Steam release is coming soon, so they're probably gonna do like, you know, Steam users free benefits. And then maybe some redemption codes. But codes are universal, meaning even if it's a celebration for Steam release, the codes can also be used on consoles. And it wouldn't surprise me that on day one, when it releases on Steam, it'll be Steam compatible, Steam Deck compatible. Genshin on Switch? Yeah, you can forget that, man. Now we have ZZZ on on Steam Deck. And okay, I have a prediction with regards about ZZZ coming to Steam. So as you already know, and I mentioned it many times, Hoyoverse already has one game on Steam that is still to this day getting updates, which is Honkai Impact 3rd, which I'm assuming that was Hoyoverse's big name fame game before they became best known for Genshin. Honkai started off as a mobile game and then it came to Steam. Although what's funny is that people didn't like the Steam version, I guess because of I guess it was because of performance issues. Yeah. I got 14 out of 37 S-rank agents. There's 37 already? I know the game is only 1 year old, but 37 already? We're already getting close to 40. That number is somehow that's somehow catching up to more S-rank 5-star characters than Honkai Star Rail did when it first came out after its first season. Well, that was only because of the number of 4-star characters it had. Now Star Rail's just riddled with S-rank characters, and it's like, well, what about 4 stars? Oh, 4 stars? You're not getting jack. Meanwhile, Genshin and ZZZ, they didn't abandon 4-star A-rank characters. They're like compensation for those who can't get the S-rank character. So you're stuck with an A, not stuck, but you have to use an A-rank agent that uses similar gimmicks to the S-rank equivalent. Kind of like who was it? Manato and Yidhari. You know, the Squid Lady. The Squid Lady has and Manato have the same gimmick where they spend their HP for more power. But because Manato was an A-rank agent, and despite being a different element, it was like a substitute. That's the word I was thinking. Substitute. And that's the thing about what makes 4-star and A-rank agents good to have. They have to serve as substitutes. Yeah, because getting an A-rank character is easy, or they're just passable, or it's like Hoyoverse. The ZZZ team purposely made them easy to obtain. Unlike Genshin, though, whenever there's a new 4-star character, for me at least, it's nearly bad gacha luck for me to get. Unless it's a male character. Anyways, so yeah, this is why it's important to have substitutes in your gacha games. Like, for example, long time ago, actually, I'm gonna say in a not recent event, but somewhat recent event. So if you remember when players first arrived at Natlan, you were given a free 4-star character, which was what's her face? Kachina, right? She was your first Natlan character given away for free. Yes, for free. And what was funny is that Kachina was not in any banner as far as I know. Not until the next one. next update. So yeah, she was your substitute to get a handle on Natlan's world gimmick, which is that little orange bar. And being the 4-star substitute, you know, she would be your guidance to understanding that each character in their tribe have like unique abilities. So in this case, Kachina could, you know, scale on walls while she's on her turbo twisty drill thingamajig. And then, oh, whoops. And then, months later, or I don't know what, I'm pretty sure it was like 2 months later, then you have a 5-star equivalent to Kachina's ability. Do you see what I'm getting at here? This is exactly why substitutes are necessary. So, you know, if you couldn't get a 5-star character that has that ability, Hoyoverse, or at least the Genshin team, would give you a substitute for free. And then if you remember back at Sumeru, you were given you were given Kale for free because, and this was a big update because they finally had a fully functional Dendro character. So they gave players Kale for free. And then whoever you had in your roster, you could toy around with Dendro. You didn't need I think at the time you didn't need a 5-star equivalent. You didn't need a 5-star, or if you wanted to, then yes, you could. But you still had a substitute, a free substitute to work with. And then in Fontaine, you were given Lynette for free, and I forgot who it was. Who was the 5-star character that came?
마술이 시작되는 걸까?
Who is it? I think it shows it here, actually. So at the time... Oh no, I think Charlotte was actually the first, but she wasn't given for free. Was it Navia? Navia was the first? Huh, funny. Lynette's gimmick for Fontaine was simply, you know, how you could do like the dolphin dive whenever you're swimming in the waters. Plus, what every Fontaine character had. The thingamajig, that thing that I don't know what they call it. Yeah, that one over there, Osea, and then there was like another one that mirrors it. What's it called? No, that's Osea. Really? I have that many? Farina, I know she can do both. Oh, that one. Penumia? I have no idea. So yeah, some characters would have one or the other. Farina, of course, has both. But yeah, as your substitute when you arrived at Fontaine, the game Hoyoverse gave you a free character to toy around with that mechanic. So, bottom line, yes, it is important that your gacha game has not only a 5-star S-rank character that highlights that new gameplay mechanic or gimmick, you need to have a 4-star equivalent to that. So, you know, for free-to-play players, you know, if they lose their 50-50 or they don't want that character, the S rank character, because it's a husbando, but then the substitute is a A rank 4-star waifu. Hey, then that's great, because now you can to toy with that new gameplay mechanic with a lower rank character. However, don't expect in ZZZ's case, don't expect an A rank Void Hunter character. Void Hunters are higher rank type of characters. Not just gameplay wise, but even in lore wise. I didn't get the point of the Traveler's pyro abilities, but now I do. And here I was stuck with I was sticking to using the Electro. I mean, Electro is good if you want to recharge your burst faster. I don't know what Hydro does. I mean, I tested it out, but it wasn't as good as I wanted it. That I hoped it would be. Then, so out of all the Traveler abilities that I consider to be good, let's see, Electro, Geo, maybe? I put Geo kind of like in between. Dendro is actually pretty good. Dendro Traveler, as long as you have the right characters to initiate whatever reaction. Yeah, Dendro Traveler is pretty good. Pyro, excellent. But also you're gonna need like other type of elemental characters to make Pyro Traveler's abilities more efficient. This game wants me to get everything to level up and get stronger. I mean, that's kind of the end game point at the end of the day. And, well, that's gacha games in a nutshell, because when you have characters at max level, then something in you gets the urge to start playing the post-game stuff. So in this case for Genshin, when you have plenty of characters at level 90 with level 90 weapons, and all the artifacts at max, and the talents at the necessary level, which, yeah, they have to be max too if you wish, but usually I stick to like 12 or level 9. But yeah, once you you know, fulfill the quota, then then it's like you tell yourself, okay, I want to give the Spiral Abyss a try. I want to do the theater lobby, the theater lobby. Oh, sorry, Imaginarium Theater challenge, because these post game stuff, you get Primo Gems. Yeah, free Primo Gems, and every cycle, whenever it resets, you come back to do more. For what? For Primo Gems. Now, you don't have to feel pressured. Like, if you think you're not ready, you need more time to level up characters, then yeah, you can do it. Yeah, sure, you'll be missing out on the monthly Primo Gems, but it's not going anywhere. There's always more. And plus, it's like a one-time thing. Like, once you once you feel satisfied with how far you can get at, let's say, the Spiral Abyss, like obviously you don't see me going to the what was it, 12th floor, because as you saw on the 12th floor, what kind of enemies are in here? No, man, I can't. And each month there will be like different enemies, different bosses. Some of which I've only done one floor, and then I just call it quits because the rest I know I can't. Where is it? Like, you've seen what the bosses are like. Level 100, level 98. I mean, yeah, right now at least, Genshin allows you to level up a character to 95 and then to 100, but that is only for whale players. But yeah, you can forget about that. Heck, even before the game allowed you to level up your character's level cap, people were already achieving what is it, 30 stars? Yeah, 30 stars in the Spiral Abyss. Well, again, that's a pay to win kind of thing. But again, you don't have to. Just do what you can do, and at the end of the day, at least you got some Primo Gems out of it. And then you just wait for the next month. Or since both Spiral Abyss and the theater are in different cycles, you know, when you're done the Spiral Abyss, you go to the theater and yeah, do what you can. It's better than, in my opinion, getting treasure chests is one thing to earn Primo Gems and doing quests, main quests, side quests, world quests. But these post-game stuff is also, I wouldn't say necessary, but like another reason for you to earn more Primo Gems. Yeah, it is very tiring, but you don't really have to. But when it comes to leveling up characters and weapons, yeah, no. That one I can agree with. In fact, when I was like looking through my weapon list, I was like, I still have like a couple of weapons that have yet to be at level 90. I still left them hanging. And then I'm thinking, great. Now I have to go, you know, get this material. But oh no, today is Saturday. I can't get it today. Today's Saturday. I have to wait until another day or specific day when it comes. Or Sunday. But then whenever I level up a weapon, guess what? That costs Mora, which means, oh great, now I have to grind for Mora. But you don't have to level up every weapon. Only level up weapons that you know is necessary to level up. This is why we have that recommendation tab for every character. But yeah, it's understandable. It's gacha games in a nutshell. This is what you have to deal with. But you don't have to. If you think, like any other gacha game you played and have given up, if you think you've had enough, and, you know, the game is not only tiring but boring, nobody's stopping you from stopping you from playing the game. People have already given up on Genshin after like 2 years, 3 years. Am I gonna tell them they should keep playing? No, because look at me. I'm still playing this game 5+ years, or 5 years, going 6 this year. I know why people are quitting, and it's understandable. I can't call myself a Genshin biased. If I, you know, I don't know what I was going to say, but yeah, you get the idea. Just, that's just how every live service game goes. They were at their peak at the time of their launch. And of course, eventually it gets tiring. You've seen it with plenty of other live service games, especially Destiny 2. I know Destiny 2 had its up and downs, but yeah, that's like another example of a free to live service game where, you know what, when it came out, it was at its peak, and then down the road, it hit a huge speed bump with their expansions, awkward changes, lack of supporting multiplayer, yeah, you know, all those. And, you know, stuff like that, either people give up on the game because, you know, developers let them down, or they're just tired of playing the same game every day, so they just want to move on to something else. That's live service in a nutshell. And if anybody tells me that they given up on Genshin for whatever reason, again, I'm not going to stop them. They're welcome to do that. And as long as this game's around, you can always come back anytime. Or, yeah, if you're never coming back, that's fine too. Because I guarantee you, there's probably some other gacha games you might enjoy more than Genshin. Like you're looking for a better Genshin or something. Well, that's why people move on to, what's that one? Wuthering Waves. And don't forget, that game's coming to Xbox soon. And then you have Hota Studio from the creators of that shitty game, Tower of Fantasy. Hey, their next game is coming up, and who knows, maybe that might be a big hitter. But is it going to be less grindy? No. Wuthering Waves? Trust me. You're going to also look at that game and say it's grindy. Maybe even more than Genshin. But in some other aspects, you might say, hey, at least this is somehow better than Genshin. Or better yet, maybe you're just sick and tired of like that genre in particular, and you just want, I don't know, something else, a different live service, or a different game. Not just live service, just a completely different game. But just know this. If you're playing any RPG game, live service, or like a Tales of game, Final Fantasy, just expect the grind. Except at least with like non-live service games. Their grind is consistent and you don't even need to spend money. unless it's Ubisoft. Yeah, you know, Ubisoft and their single-player games that for some reason have microtransactions. Doesn't make sense. Oh, speaking of Ubisoft, yeah, Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced, I think that's what it's called. Yeah, that one just got announced. It's coming out in July. I guess delay after delay, they finally have a release date for that. But let me just tell you something. This is coming from Ubisoft, the company that is still drowning in debt. Because Tencent is breathing down their necks and saying, where's the money, Ubisoft? If you don't act up anytime soon, then get ready for new management. Or better yet, Tencent could just purchase Ubisoft entirely, because apparently Ubisoft is so cheap that companies like Nintendo, Microsoft, Sony, hell, maybe even Sega could purchase them. Imagine that. Imagine if Sega suddenly just be like, Ubisoft, we own you now. Yeah, apparently that's, from what I've heard, that's how cheap Ubisoft is right now. They're drowning in debt. They're now the shittiest company in Europe. Oh, and you know that petition I mentioned about the thing that was happening, the thing called Stop Killing Games? That petition is pushing through so hard that Ubisoft had to forcefully add in, or they're planning to add in, an offline mode for that game. What was it called? The Crew Motorfest thing, the Crew Motorfest, that racing game or something like that. Why? Because that game's a live service game, and you know, with live service games, they can pull the plug and make it unplayable, right? But because that petition is going through, Ubisoft is going to be in trouble, which means if they pull the plug, it would be considered in illegal act. Which, by all means, for people who own the game, if the game gets plugged out, then people would have every right to sue Ubisoft because they bought the game. Yeah, it's not just a live service game. Actually, no, it's not a live service game, right? It's a DRM game. So basically, yeah, Ubisoft just got themselves put into a corner yet again. And yeah, any game that has DRM, now they have to force themselves to add in an offline mode. So that in the future, when the game service goes down, people who still own the game, because it's a fully purchased game, not a live service, the Crew will still be playable through offline, which is good because, you know, by all accounts, you own that game, right? I mean, unless you bought the game digitally. But yeah. It's all the reason why Ubisoft, they just can't stop losing. It's L after L after L. And they think, if they think Black Flag Resync is going to save them, that's just one game. A game that people can already play. You know, the original ports, the HD port. If somehow the remake of Black Flag is like, if they changed it too much, that where people actually don't like it, or hell, even worse. Remember Assassin's Creed? Unity? How much of a bloody mess that game was. If somehow Black Flag ends up looking like that, you know, being buggy on launch, you know, people are just gonna, you know, first they're gonna buy the game, play the game, see thousands of bugs, and then they're gonna ask for refunds, and guess what? Ubisoft will once again be shamed again. You can get the original Black Flag for free. Well, okay, even better. That's just now Ubisoft. That's okay. They're not hiding it then. Ubisoft is desperate. They think, like, as a way to compensate and gain people's trust, should something happen to the remake, just play the original. And, you know, they're not going to charge you for it. But, dude, the damage... but people would already buy... Oh, hello. People would already spend money on the remake. I don't think it's forgiving. People will just demand a refund if somehow Black Flag comes out... the remake of Black Flag comes out as buggy. But you need Game Pass. Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, I take back what I said. That's not Ubisoft's compensation or trying to play nice guy. Of course. Ubisoft, you need Ubisoft Plus. No. That's not the answer. That's not how they should go about. Because remember, and you already know this. Everybody knows this. Those subscription services, you don't even own the games. So in this case, even if you got Black Flag for free, that game is not yours completely. Even if no matter how many times you resubscribe to Game Pass, PlayStation Plus, or Ubisoft Plus, yeah, you know, you don't own the game. You ever wonder why Assassin's Creed Shadows why Ubisoft refused to even disclose how many units they sold on Assassin's Creed Shadows? Because they knew the game sold poorly, and the whole that one tweet where they mentioned that the game has like over 2 million people playing Shadows. Yeah, that there's a big difference there. 2 million players doesn't mean 2 million copies were sold. Ubisoft thought they could get away with that by saying such. But then literally the next day when they're talking to their shareholders about how many units they sold on Shadows, they literally straight up said, we won't disclose that number. But then when you look at the Steam page that shows how many people are actually playing the game on Steam at least, it's actually less than million. It's not even 500,000. It's like 40,000, and then that number kept going down and down and down. So no, 2 million players playing the game doesn't mean 2 million copies sold, because you had two ways of playing Assassin's Creed Shadows. One, you either purchased the game, physical or digital, or two, you had Ubisoft Plus, where you didn't pay for the game. You just downloaded it for free because you have Ubisoft Plus. Which, if you remember, the one game that had that problem, Hi-Fi Rush. Hi-Fi Rush got all the love, and people absolutely said the game was an absolute banger. And I played the game, at least when I had Game Pass trial, of course. Yeah. I thought the game was also bloody brilliant, but the problem was that the game didn't sell well, and there was a good reason. And this was the problem that a lot of third-party companies were, outright calling Microsoft that about the Game Pass. Game Pass is just a subscription service, so people were getting Hi-Fi Rush for free, and that hurt Tango Games because they were not making any money. Nobody was buying. Not that many people were buying the actual game. And because of that, look what happened to Tango Games. They closed down. Well, for other reasons, but one of the reasons I imagine is because Hi-Fi Rush did not make enough money. It didn't sold enough copies. And people were pointing out saying that it was because of Game Pass. In another way of saying it, it's like Netflix. The Mario movies on Netflix, but you don't own it. You're just subscribing to Netflix to just watch it. If you want to benefit Nintendo and Illuminations, you buy the physical movie. Because, the money is sent to them. But because people chose to watch the Mario movie through Netflix, Nintendo is not going to get your money. Netflix is. So the next time you go, you look at Game Pass and PlayStation Plus, Ubisoft Plus, and look at all the games, just remind yourself you don't own it, but you're going to be happy about it. At least there's a saying, you won't own anything, but you'll be happy. At least that's what the saying is going now with subscription services. So if you want to help your favorite game companies make money, profit, you go out and buy the games. Mostly physical, but I guess digital also works, but physical copies do help. Otherwise, you're going to end up having a Hi-Fi Rush situation where despite the game getting positively reviewed, it's not making money because you didn't buy it. People didn't buy it. People just played it through a subscription service. And I think despite Game Pass having a price drop, there should be a disclaimer reminder of people telling them, if you're just, if you're going to use our subscription-based service, just remember the games you're playing, you didn't buy them. You're not supporting your favorite devs. And that also reminds me of that there's a thing that's happening right now where you could rent a PS5. I'm not joking. That's apparently a thing. You can, in other words, of saying you could put a lease on a PS5, and you get to keep it as long as you pay for the, I guess, the rental service. But apparently, until you accumulate the full purchase price. But then apparently there's a big catch to that. Like what? I would not trust a gaming console rental service thing, even if it's coming from the Sony themselves. Like, why would anybody do that? Just, like, I get the consoles nowadays are expensive, but yeah, no thank you. You're better off just owning the console. Well, it's a good thing Nintendo and Microsoft is not considering doing that. Oh, I cannot imagine Nintendo doing that. Microsoft? Nah. They wouldn't. I mean, they're already dealing problems of their own, especially with their first parties. You know, like Halo Studios, they're all getting hammered down by feedbacks telling them graphics isn't always everything.
서둘러.
Like, apparently the art studios in Halo Studios right now, the art team, they're struggling because the game is too realistic and it's affecting the game development. At least from what I've heard. And yeah, there's like situations where teams are arguing against each other. That's how much you know Halo Studios. Yeah, they're not doing so hot. And the fact that they initially used OpenAI to help develop the game, but then Microsoft just practically ditched OpenAI. Now it's like, oh great, so we can't use the tool anymore. We have to go back to human-made stuff, which they should have done to begin with. Sheesh. Where did Microsoft find these people? They should be looking for, you know, they should have seen through it. The AI bubble is about to burst. At least that's what a lot of people are saying. When will it happen? I hope it happens soon, because I've heard OpenAI, they're burning money. Like that little cutscene of Fairly Odd Parents where those two muscular sailormen are burning money. That's what they're doing right now. Well, at least it's a good thing that Microsoft ditched OpenAI. It never benefited them whatsoever. Oh. We have our new character. No, not the nun. The witch hunter. What was her name again? Pruma? I think. Hold on. What was her name again? Hang on. I know it starts with a P, and I know this because I think out of all the characters, nobody has a name that starts with there's no character that has their names that starts with a P, except for Paimon. But she's not even playable. No, this young child's name is named Prune. Yeah, Genshin's next update is going to have 3 new characters. We're going to have Nicole. Yeah, finally, one of the powerful mages in Genshin. One of the other knights
귀족들의 진부한 조치? 그냥
So another
듣고 흘려.
Mondstadt character.
난
Actually, they're all from
놀라도록
Mondstadt. All
강요당했는데도
three of them.
별로 신경 안 쓰거든.
And then yes, this young lady, the witch hunter Prune, and a friend of Klee. Or I don't know if they're already friends now, but yes. What's funny is that Prune here, her main weapon is a hammer. But as you already know, Genshin has no hammer. Maybe it's her skill thing. Maybe her main weapon is actually the claymore, and then she probably uses her hammer for skill and burst. And yes, you can tell she's a playable character because you can see the vision there. But more importantly is how you can see how she has the playable character detail on her model from her outfit. Because you know how like in NPCs, they just have like flat texture models. It's just a texture, right? Or just a flat, yeah, flat texture. Whereas playable characters actually have that 3D poly and tri detail. So it's gonna be interesting to see how they're gonna introduce her, like at least in the next update. Because as of now, this is this is how Genshin team decides to tease a character. But you wouldn't know this if you didn't explore the port here, and you were too busy, you know, going through here. I only saw this character after I finished the story and I was the world quest, and I was like, well, this is something. A highly detailed character, but we're being introduced like this. Like no interaction. You just see the two characters just talking. Bubble text. Kind of reminds me with the way how they do that in ZZZ. Like, you know, that event where you get to watch, go to the theater and watch movies with a friend. And then every now and then you see like a future potential character among the crowd watching the movies. At least there you could, you know, it's forced. Like, well, it's an event. They don't force you, but, you know, a nice way to tease a potential character. All she needs is an eye patch, and she'll have that typical Japanese anime chunni character trope. But yeah, the outfit looks really nice. Although I heard that her personality is one of those tough child personalities. And I think she might be if she's running around with a steel hammer and swings it no problem. But yeah, I think it's easy to say that she's going to be a 4-star character. Easily. And the reason why she dubbed herself as the Witch Hunter is because she's trying to find Alice and hunt her down. But to Alice, she sees that as like she just plays along and teases her and says to Klee, go play with her, she'll be your best friend. And soon that will be the case. Next month, next update. But yeah, Genshin's gonna have 3 characters. 3 new characters. For the male character that's coming as well, assuming that he's gonna be part of it, I'm gonna assume he may be 5-star. He is dressed pretty, what's the word? Professional? Yeah, I guess. Formal, professionally formal. yeah, so I think he might be he might be 5-star. It'll be surprising though if they made him 4-star because he's a male character. But that's a good thing too, because then that way, you know, more 4-star characters for Genshin. And Honkai, none, 0. You know what they're doing now with Honkai Star Rail? Silver Wolf level 999 challenge, whatever the hell that is. Because apparently they're doing this funny tease of their new S rank character, Silver Wolf. Her new variation outfit will give her level cap 999 or something like that. I don't know. Whereas the game only lets you level up characters to 80. And yeah, 80 is the max. If I had some headphones, if I had some headphones, I'd be listening to the ambience. But the problem is, if I plug in the headphones on my PS5 controller, the game actually mutes itself, and only I can hear the audio. Unlike the Xbox, where if I plug in my headphones on the controller, I can hear the audio, and in the stream case, the audience can also hear the audio. It's weird. I even tried looking through the PlayStation settings to see if I could do just that, but no. PlayStation be like, we're gonna make streamers have a hard time with this and that. Like, I know there should be a way where the audio output could still work even if I jack in a headphone, but I don't know. Even if I type in that question on Google, I don't know if I'm gonna get a direct answer. What the? Where does she go? Does she only show up at night? Or did she go out witch hunting? No, it's still... Well, not daytime yet, but... Huh. Where did she go? Oh, hello. Piles of rocks. Prune, where did you go? You kids are not Prune. Huh. I guess she only appears at night. What time is it now? Oh, almost 11. Literally 2 minutes before 11. Oh, you can hit them. They need a training room in Genshin. Just like how it is in ZZZ. Oh, excuse me. Honkai is having another collaboration with the Fate series. They can do that. They should have collaborated with another company. Neverness to Everness, I heard, is also doing a collaboration. I think with Cyberpunk? Or, no, which one was it? Ooh. Oh, Persona. Okay, yeah. Persona 5 specifically. I guess it makes sense. I mean, Persona and Neverness have that open world lifestyle. You can do whatever you like. The more I see that game, the more I feel impressed. And I should be, because after Tower Fantasy, yeah, you know, you gotta learn from your mistakes, what you did bad in your last game, and how do you improve from that? Well, by simply turning your next game into an anime GTA, and then that's it, bingo. But of course, you know, you have to like fix all the other stuff like combat. Character design is not an issue. I can give Hotta Studios 10 out of 10 for their character designs. They got more fan service in their character designs than Honkai Star Rail. And maybe Genshin a little bit, but then again, Genshin character designs, especially the female characters, are high up there, high bar. And when I say fan service, yeah, again, you should look at how they design characters in Tower of Fantasy. I just only wish that the combat was, you know, not all over the place, because that's exactly what they did. They thought that they could be the Genshin killer, but with that game. But it took them a couple of years, big mistakes, and then there, bang. They figured out an art style that works for them, and what was it? Instead of having just one character, now you can, in their new game, you can have 4. Switch between them. And what's funny is that Arknight Enfield was already doing that. I mean, because it's a style of the time for a bunch of Chinese developers. Well, some, I should say, not a bunch. Because you don't see that other game, what's it called? Where Winds Meet? Yeah. Where Winds Meet is, technically that's also like a GTA clone. You can do, you can follow a story, but you can also pull off crimes and get arrested. But no, that game only allows you to just, you know, play as your custom character. But yeah, no, it's a style of the time. After Genshin's success, you know, all these other developers were like, huh, 4 characters, open world, and gliding. Yeah, let's do that. Let's make our next game look like that, but better. So you have Kuro Games making Wuthering Waves, Hypergriff making Arknight's Enfield, Hotta Studios making Tower Fantasy, which failed, but at least their next game will be okay or fine. And I don't know. I think there's plenty of other ones, but those are from a bunch of another group of unknown developers in China that either are overshadowed or, for good reason, are overshadowed because their game was bad. And it's only on PC, and they couldn't put it on consoles. And see, that's the tough part I can imagine. Like, it makes sense for them to release their game on PC and mobile, but mostly on PC because, you know, people can't even play Genshin on their mobile devices anymore. And even if they could, there's always a good chance that their phones will blow up. Or overheat at least. Like in 5 minutes. But yeah, the thing about making their open world live service game is that if they want to be not successful, but at least marketable, they need to release. Oh my God, Virgil! They need to, you know, bring it to consoles. Hoyoverse took that risk, or chance, whichever one, when Genshin showed up one day at a PlayStation State of Play. That is where I learned about Genshin. And you know, it still somehow paid off. As soon as the game came out globally, it worked. The game was such a huge success, not only on PC but on PlayStation 4. And so that's why you have Wuthering Waves doing the same, except they had to delay the PlayStation release because they didn't have it ready yet. And when they did come out, I finally understood why it was delayed. Probably poor optimization, and you know, they definitely had to tweak that. And then Tower Fantasy tried to do that too, but holy shite, the button mapping, control mapping in that game when it first came out on PlayStation was it was okay, but it really needed a lot of reworking, which they did eventually.
빛나라! 회로는 없어. 자, 기운 차리세요.
용서를 빌어라.
너만 믿을게.
가루가 되어라.
Invincible frames, bitch. If there was one thing that I wish Genshin's combat would improve, would definitely be, I don't know, add a perfect dodge mechanic. Parrying is one thing, but we leave that for exclusive characters. Perfect dodging would have been nice though. But yeah. I would argue that Genshin's success is what is part of the reason why Sony was so driven themselves on making too many live service games. But Sony should also realize that no, just because your game is a live service, it's not going to be successful 100%. What matters is the game in question. I mean, just look at what happened to Concord. I mean, that game wasn't free to play. It was paid, not even full price, but it was still live service. And then High Guard, the same thing happened to that game. Live service doesn't mean it's going to guarantee to win. It's all a matter of what's in the game. What is the game? How is the game? Concord failed because it had very questionable character designs and it was a hero shooter. High Guard failed because there was no market, and they thought they could shadow drop the game like they did with Apex Legends because they thought Thunder could strike twice in the same place and be successful. But yeah, more importantly, because it was another hero shooter. And oh yeah, and of course the initial release was not the good first impression. Like how the game started off being 3 versus 3 in a giant open world map And then one update later, it's like, okay, no, now it's 5 versus 5, which they should have done to begin with. But even with that, it was still not enough. High Guard still failed. And for good reason. Just like Concord, when I said it was a hero shooter, because the West is already oversaturated with those. It's like telling everybody right now the West has too many first-person shooters. Which is a fact, yes. But when it's a hero shooter, yeah, no, that just makes it worse. Now, because of that oversaturation, guess what? People are obviously going to give up. They're going to say, no, we're tired of these hero shooters. Eventually, you know what? Chinese market is also going to see that. They're going to see too much of Genshin clones all over, and that too is going to be oversaturated. So then the industry should learn what happens when a genre gets oversaturated, gets overused. Look for another type of genre to tackle. Simple as that. But here, Sony is like, we should keep going. We should keep making more hero shooters. I'll give them another year before they even realize it. And you know what's sad? By the time they do realize it, they are going to burn yet another millions upon millions. And then more people will get laid off. And those people who get laid off, they're going to tell their side of the story of how it all went down. And then it's a case of, we told you so, we said it, we warned you, but you didn't listen to your consumers, your loyal fans, who told you to make better changes. Listen to our feedback. But yeah, you know. CEOs don't bother listening. Except for Microsoft right now, at least their Xbox new leader, at least she's seeing the problem. And she's trying to fix it. It's a good first start, but let's see how well she does in the 6 months and then the 1 year time span. Keep that in mind, because eventually, if I remember what I said there today, or here today, 1 year later, either I'm gonna say I told you so, that you know, 1 year later she would do something bad, or she could prove me wrong, which I don't mind. It's a win situation nonetheless, because gamers win, I win, and I also lose at the same time. But again, I want to be proven wrong. I want to see Xbox's new leader show that they can fix the damages. Not everything, but the stuff that has happened for the past couple of years. Oh, and apparently, somehow, some way, something was uncovered. So, if you remember a long time ago when Jim Ryan was the CEO of Sony, and then who was his name? Somebody from Japan who used to work at Sony, Yoshida something. I forgot his full name, but somehow I got this random pop-up flash news that a dirty truth was out, that apparently Yoshida got fired by Jim Ryan because Jim Ryan was being told that he should not be doing this because it's going to damage Sony's reputation or whatever. I think it has something to do with the live service stuff. And then Jim Ryan be like, no, I'm not listening to you. You're hard to work with, so I'm firing your ass. And they call Jim Ryan the hero of PlayStation after saying that? Nah. Now people lose their respect for Jim Ryan. What a shame, too, considering that he in his first few years at Sony, he did some good, but now his reputation as a former CEO down the drain. Typical CEO. The only good CEO is that I can only think of right now is the late Satoru Iwata. You can't name another good CEO like him where he would cut his own salary just to keep everybody keep their jobs. Nobody gets laid off. Even when the writing was on the wall that the Wii U was gonna fail, he didn't give up. Oh damn, that was good. Man, to think that the first time I saw this, I was like, oh boy, goodbye, Fire Arrows of Breath of the Wild. We got a better one. Me, probably in 2020. How many Primo Gems do I have now? Or how many can I buy with this? 108. How about this? 24. Okay, so at least that's enough for like one guaranteed. But since the next banner, it's just reruns, I'll be saving some Primo Gems. It's gonna be good, I guess. Maybe it'll be enough for 50-50 and two guarantees, I mean. Oh no, I just realized. What if the new male character is in like a phase 2 banner, and then the new 4-star character Prune is in that banner? It's gonna be like Chilled all over again. Where the only reason why I pulled for a Chilled banner was just so I can get Ningguang, but I didn't end up getting her at all. I ended up getting her for free through the Lantern Rite. Was there in there another male character where I was forced to get the... No, not Diluc. Venti, no. I think... Okay, no, Scaramouche definitely. Or, sorry, his name is Roxas. Yeah, Roxas I got because there was a 4-star character under his banner. And then I ended up getting him, and I was like, oops! Oh well. Maybe one day I'll level him up. Who knows? Ugh. I mean, all for the sake of getting one new 4-star character, I end up getting the new male characters. Zhongli was by choice. I chose to get him. At least if my memory serves me right. Otherwise I probably have gotten him because there was another 4-star character under his banner. Or was it because of Ningguang? Didn't I just say that? No. Chill's banner had Rosaria, actually, now that I think about it. Or, wait, no, that can't be the case. No, because Rosario's right here. Oh, yeah, okay, no, here we go. Chilled was here. Ningguang was under that banner, but I somehow failed to get her, so I ended up getting Chilled. Then I got Ningguang from the Lantern Right, but then future banners where she showed up again, then I got her duplicates. Yeah, now I remember. And then, yeah, Zhongli was by choice much later, even after Inazuma. Okay. Maybe because I had like spared Primo Gems. And then I was like, what the hell? Might as well collect all the Archons. And that's what I did. Yeah, this is like another way to show which characters you've gotten first to the latest. That or the archive. So they actually show you exactly what date you obtained the character. Ah, yes. Diluc was my first, what was it, 50-50 loss? Yeah. Well, I say it's a loss, but I didn't say that initially. But in later 50-50s, I was like, shit. I'll never forget that one time Kaching got her own banner. It was just out of the blue. Hoyoverse just threw in. They chose one of the characters from the standard and thought, yeah, you know what? We might as well select Kaching because she's currently the most popular character. Give her her own one-time banner. Some people rolled for it. Many actually chose not to, because they were excited for Hu Tao, which, I can't blame them. Who else? Yeah. I'm also noticing like how there's like 5 stars, and then in between there's 4, 5 stars in between, and then there's like 4 stars. Sumeru got 3 new 4-star characters, and then there was another 4. Yeah, Honkai Star Rail wish they had this kind of algorithm with their new character rosters. But no. The Honkai Star Rail team thought, no, we can't make money off of 4 stars. We need to make money off of only 5 stars. And the latest 4-star is this young man. And then the previous one was Jahoda. And then suddenly we got our first ever 3-star character. At least that's what they're calling the multiplayer avatar characters. They're just 3-star characters. Even to this day, they don't have any particular artifact recommendations. It's still the basic gladiator set. And then their weapon, yeah, even their weapon, no no recommendations. People are not choosing to play the avatar characters. That's why they're dubbing these characters as 3 stars. They can work. They have benefits. You just need to fill them in the right team. That's it. Could work. Might work. Or, just use them for fun. Doesn't matter. Just keep in mind, though, these characters, the avatar character's element is tied to the traveler. So anytime you switch the traveler's element, that also affects the avatar character as well. I'm just thinking. Should I do Hydro mix? It's Pyro. Because if I do Electro, the enemies are going to start flying. Unless it's a bigger enemy. Vaporize, actually. Actually, I just realized. And then, who did I have in mind? Excuse me. Well, no, if I did Dendro...
준비됐어요.
Actually, I want to experiment on that one. No, I already destroyed that one. What if I did Pyro mixed with Electro? At least 2 heavier enemies, otherwise smaller enemies, they'll just fly. Knock back. It's actually funny how the avatar character takes a huge leap on her first swing. Some characters just take one small step. Meanwhile, Avatar is like one leap forward. Like this. Yeah. It sort of works. Holy. Let's see. Oh. Like I said, you can still make a character work. I mean, it also depends on what you are up against. Because obviously, you can't fight fire with fire. Either the enemy has fire immunity, higher element resistance, It would have been nice if the avatar character could like swing or use different variety weapons depending on the element. Or just use a different weapon entirely. Choose a variety of selectables. That would have been nice. Didn't I? I just realized something. Hang on. Didn't I change Sigwin's artifact? Yeah, I did. It's... what is this thing? Yeah, how the heck does that work? It calculates healing and then you get like some sort of effect where you launch like a one-time attack and does like so much damage based on how much healing or something like that. I don't know. But how do I know that? How exactly do I know it's actually being calculated? The yearning effect will be created for 6 seconds, which records the amount of healing provided, including overflow healing. When the duration expires, the yearning effect will transform into waves of the days pass effect. When your active party member, so it can't just be Sigwin, hits an opponent with a normal charge attack, plunging attack, elemental skill burst, the damage will be increased by 8% of the total healing recorded by the waves of days past effect. Recorded by the yearning effect. 5 times or 10. Equipping character on standby can still trigger this. Okay, I have no idea what that means, but something good happens when you heal. That's all I need to know. I wish there was like, or unless that's it, there's a little sword icon. That must be it. That must be the yearning effect, and then turns into ways of whatever days past. And to think, a long time ago, I thought that the gladiator and the Wanderer's trope set was something that I would stick to. Until I gave it a second chance and told myself, gaming, please look at the effects of all the other artifacts. Oh god, squirrel dead. And when I looked at all these artifact effects, I gave it a second chance. And then it totally clicked with me. The easiest was using Barbara. I went from average healing to big healing. And I was like, oh. It was a oh of realization and then follow up with, oh no. Because that's when it hit me at the instant moment. I have shit ton of characters. And all those YouTube videos of people giving recommendations on what artifact is best for who, I realized, oh, this is where the real grind begins. From gathering the right artifact, getting the right main stats, substats, to spending God knows how many Amoras just to get the the artifact to level, what is it, 20? Yeah, 20. Through Nightmare. Is the hammer guy stuck? Oh, there he is. I was like wondering, is he stuck?
청소목표 곧
You know, now that I think about it, even when you're level 90 and your world level is at the highest level of difficulty, unless your character is a healer with huge tons of health, most other characters could get easily one-shotted, two-shot, three-shot, if you're not careful, and suddenly the game turns into Dark Souls, where, yeah, in Dark Souls it takes like 3 hits, massive hits, to die. Elden Ring has its reasons for taking 3 hits less than that to die, but in here, why? Because you have 4 characters to work with. Characters that are treated as functions, yes, but you have to remember that's 4 characters you can switch between, and combining their health together, and what do you get? Well, it's kind of like those RPG games where, like the old Final Fantasy games, it's 5 versus 1 boss. Does that sound fair? No. So to balance that, the bosses do shit ton of damage. And then you have to micromanage white mages, healing, potions here and there. It's like, it's also equivalent to like arcade beat 'em up games. Like, you know how you go to a Chuck E. Cheese or whatever arcade joint you play, like Ninja Turtles, X-Men Arcade, or Simpsons Arcade. You're playing by yourself, but then somebody joins you, maybe your cousin, and then it's like, uh-oh, when he joins, now the difficulty increases. That's how arcade machines suck up your money. What are you doing by yourself?
실례할게.
You have the number of enemies on screen increases. Bosses get more HP. They get more challenging.
부탁해. 흩날려라. 가자.
Man, I'm still a little upset at myself that I missed out on the Genshin pop-up shop. There was one last summer. I didn't know about it until the official Genshin Twitter page mentioned it literally on the day of, rather than the day before or 1 week before. I could have gotten technically I do have official Genshin product, but I could have gotten it straight from the pop-up shop. But unless I was living in Korea, I feel like in Korea they actually do frequent amounts of
걱정 마.
ads, pop-up shops of Hoyoverse stuff. As a matter of fact, who is it? Samsung? Yeah. Samsung and Hoyoverse made a collaboration where they would they were selling, I don't know which one, a Samsung. How do I say it? It was like this big package. It was more than just the Samsung phone, but yeah, this big package bundle. Yeah, bundle I should say, of Genshin, Samsung products with Ganyu on the, well, cover everywhere, skin cover. I think they did it twice at least.
슬슬 끝내도 되겠군요.
You're not moving anywhere. Oh shit, how much health do you have, Mike? Yeah, they get the good stuff. And then there was even an advertisement in China where you can get Visa credit cards with either Kaching or Ganyu. And they actually commissioned like outsource artists, independent artists, not like professionals, but like ones you would find making like fan animations. They would commission them to help advertise that product. There was like a cute animation of Kaching and Ganyu where after they ate, the two of them were like fighting to see who gets to pay the bill. Yeah, in case you didn't know, or I'm sure you may have heard of it, I wouldn't call it a tradition, but it is a habit in Asian culture that in family gatherings, at dinners, at restaurants, Asian parents would fight amongst each other to pay for the bill. Now, you're probably thinking in American culture or any culture outside, especially in North America, you think like, oh, okay, yeah, go ahead, pay the bill. But you're missing the point why Asians do that. It's called, being generous. Like, you're the host, or you want to show your not host. Yeah, no, that's a poor way of saying it. It's just a kind way of saying like, I'll cover it for everybody. I'll cover it for you. But then, other Asians will be fighting it over and say, no, I will pay the bill for everyone. It shouldn't be rocket science. It's out of the kindness of people. It's not a Asian parents would fight it as a competition. But people have looked at it as like a nice, generous way of hospitality, I guess. Yeah, maybe something like that. When it rains, it really pours, doesn't it? Very. Watch out when other enemies start throwing electro and cryo stuff at your face. So anyways, yeah, it was a cute little animation. And in the end, Ganyu was the winner. Apparently, in that animation, Ganyu had 3 credit cards. If only I could get those, but I doubt they could probably work outside of China. It may be Visa, but yeah. Oh yeah, and then of course they give the characters new outfits. Outfits you wish were in the game, but for some reason Hoyoverse doesn't see that as a profitable way. Nah, man. people would buy that. If they saw a casual clothing outfit for Ganyu or Kaching, oh, easy. People would. That's easy bank there.
눈을 깜빡이지 말라고.
And speaking of outfits, it reminds me of other gacha games. You heard of probably what's that game called? Snowbreak Containment and Girls Frontline, something like that. Okay, for a game that's called Snowbreak, yes, most of the waifu, they're all waifus as far as I know. No male characters. They do wear the appropriate clothing for the winter. But then all of a sudden, I'm seeing constant amount of summer events of them wearing swimwear for a game that has guns and swords. Well, don't get me started on Girls Frontline though. That's true fan service. But I don't know. I'm just saying it's funny how for a game called Snowbreak, and then suddenly all the waifus are wearing. They're all wearing bikinis, and that's like the skin that everybody just sticks with. And actually, from what I've heard, apparently Snowbreak is under hiatus because of censorship or something like that. Yeah, we're even in this day and age, some games are still getting censored for the most stupidest reasons. Oh, but when a game is all bloody and gory, yeah, that apparently that's excusable. Uh-oh. Take advantage of the rain. I have like 3 favorite elements when it rains. Just when I have fun taking advantage of it. Either Cryo, Electro, or Dendro. When it's Dendro, lots of Dendro cores. Electro, yeah. But yeah, Frozen, I feel like Cryo is the most fun because they're completely helpless. Frozen in place, can't do anything, free headshots, or even freezing them in place. And then all you do is hack and slash them. I swear to God, if the God of War remake, if Santa Monica chooses to stick to that third-person hack and slash thing, it's over. Like, they should not. I've already made this argument, yeah, but it's out of concern, out of my heart, as somebody who's played almost all of the God of War games. I say almost because, yeah, Ascension was the only one I never played. I should, though. So that way, I can officially say I've played all of the classic God of War games. So far, I've only played all of the trilogy, the PSP games, and yeah, that's it. Ascension is the last one. Was Ascension necessary? Well, kind of, because similar to like when Bungie made Halo 3, Bungie didn't stop with just one Halo game on the Xbox 360. They had to make more. ODST I wouldn't count because, you know, that game was initially supposed to be an expansion DLC, but then it ended up becoming a, you know, standalone game. It was Reach that was considered like the next Halo game for the 360. For God of War, there was God of War 3, which was Santa Monica's first PS3 God of War game, but they obviously didn't want to stop there. That's why Ascension exists. They wanted to make another God of War game for the PS3 console of that generation before moving on to PS4, getting ready for PS4. And yeah, they thought for once they should try something different, which was multiplayer. Was multiplayer necessary? Yeah, not really. In my opinion, I never played the multiplayer, but whenever I looked at it, I just thought, nah, it didn't need it.
흩날려라.
Oh shoot, it's almost 12. I'm running around. Oh man, the rain's... Uh-oh. Time to improv.
걱정 마. 실례할게.
Anyways, yeah, multiplayer, nah. It just exists just for experimental purposes. And you can tell it was experimental because after that, Santa Monica realized, yeah, God of War should never have multiplayer. So it's always been a single player game. And it's funny that I say that because Blue Point Games was going to make a God of War multiplayer live service game, but then Sony shot down that idea. Even Sony, despite, well, doing questionable business decisions, at least that's one decision they made done right. They knew that God of War being a multiplayer game would serve no purpose. Like, nobody would actually want that. I wouldn't. God of War definitely is not the kind of game to explore some unnamed, I don't know, demigod. No. It's all about one man out for the revenge. And then, years later, boy. A man who's just trying to find peace, but no matter where he goes, trouble always finds him. Especially when it comes to gods and thunder. But apparently the original creator of God of War, he actually hated what they did to Kratos in God of War 2018. Which, yeah, I kinda see why. And plus, have you seen his body? Have you seen Kratos' body figure? Like, I know he at that time he's getting old. Well, he can still push things bigger than his size. But man, yeah, you can definitely see how Kratos was losing muscles. I'm just hoping that T.C. Carson still has it in him. See, there was a reason why T.C. Carson did a significant job playing as Kratos. He mentioned it in some kind of like Q&A panel that there was a time where T.C. Carson was having like anger issues. And Santa Monica found him and gave him the role, and it was perfect. It was, instead of going to an anger management class, T.C. Carson unleashed his anger by playing as a character that has anger issues. And it worked. That's why when you look back on any of the old God of War games, the cutscenes, listen to T.C. Carson's lines as Kratos. The anger, the rage, that was all genuine rage. T.C. Carson letting out his stress. All thanks to Kratos. So that's why it might be a different case with the remake. But then again, old habits die hard. Maybe he still has it in him. But then what about the narrator? Last I checked, she was old. I don't think they can get her back to. Is she? I don't know if she's still around though. The voice actress who plays as Gaia and the narrator of God of War, dude, her voice was iconic. She guided the audience, Kratos' life story, pretty well. And I do know that there are other voice actresses that have like similar tone and voice. Like apparently somebody from Game of Thrones has the same narrator tone. And yeah, I'm sure somebody would say you can find people covering that, like more other voice actress that could cover that. But then you have to remember, yeah, that narrator is Gaia. Meaning you got to get ready for when Gaia is going to be in pain. When she takes the fight to Olympus. Yeah, full context, Gaia in God of War 3, at first she helps Kratos, but then she gets selfish and be like, this is the Titans' war. Forget you, Kratos. This is not. Forget about your revenge. We don't care about you. And then all the way to the final boss, where she's in pain because Kratos and Zeus fight inside of her, and Kratos goes for the double kill by stabbing Zeus and Gaia's heart with the blade of Olympus. So get ready for that, Grandma. Which is sad because it's like Gaia, the narrator. She's been there watching Kratos' every step, and then all of a sudden, God of War 3, she has to die. But she could have avoided that if she wasn't antagonizing Kratos. Or attempted to kill him. That was all on her. She even obliged to help Kratos in God of War 2. Guided him, told him, go to the Sisters of Fate and, change your fate. And then, yeah. Kratos forced his hands to do that. Oh, and I'm pretty sure the remake is going to censor a lot of things, which is going to be a darn shame. That's going to be definitely one reason I assure you people are not going to buy the remake. Put it in the simplest way I can say it, if there's no exposed boobies, nobody's going to buy the remake. Like, I mean it. That's the truth. Oh yeah, and of course, on top of that, if there's no sex minigame, that's it. No, the remake is gonna be half dead in the water, or I should say, in the river of Styx. But the gore, oh yeah, I'm sure they're gonna keep that. The many executions Kratos has done to his enemies, and the gods, like how Kratos gouges Poseidon's eye, stealing the Hades' soul, smashing Theseus's head with a door. He even neck snaps easily. What's her name? Zeus's wife, Hera. And much more. Oh yeah, chopping off Medusa's head. And all the while Medusa shows big badoingies. Well, depending on which one. There's a thin Medusa, and then there's a husky one. Heck, even the common mob enemies, some of them are like female undead Spartans. They show theirs. There's the male with their undead, not bony, undead flesh, skin, muscles, and then the females are exposing their boobies. Oh, and of course, the, I guess, NPCs. Yeah. Anyways, now it's 12. Okay. I'm yapping about it, and I always keep losing track of time. Tomorrow is Sunday, right? Or, well, technically now it's Sunday. So yeah, no stream tomorrow. Oh, so you can see Inazuma from here. Usually you couldn't. Or maybe that was just the fog. Just a shame that you can't bring your Wave Rider here. Or summon it from here. But I think you can take the Wave Rider from Inazuma and then sail all the way here. But every time I think about that, I think of like what awaits in the deep. Fortunately, no, there are no giant fishes or sharks, thank God. Because if there was, oh no. This is why fast travel exists. Gigantism and aquaphobia, my greatest two fears. Even just looking down like that. Heck, I even saw a video of GTA 5 where there's a mod where you can remove the entire water of the ocean. And holy smokes, the details, what you can find underwater in Los Santos, there's like history in there. And a UFO. There's something called the tire graveyard, some planes and old ships down there. If that's what you can find in GTA 5, imagine what you can find in GTA 6. In fact, actually, what does Miami Beach even have? How much garbage and graveyard, undersea graveyards are in Miami? I wouldn't be surprised if Rockstar actually, you know, took a deep dive and saw what was under there, and then put that into GTA 6. It's a good thing Liberty City doesn't have an ocean. Anyways, let's see. So yeah, just to wrap things up. Oh, excuse me. Let's see. So yes, the current banner is about to expire soon. I think at the latest, like Tuesday. I don't know if it's at 12 at noon or 6 p.m. Tuesday. So yeah, there's that. And just like with no, after the second banner goes live, phase 2 banner, then we should expect a whatchamacallit, special program the week after that. And then, yeah, 3 new characters are gonna most likely be, I think 3. If not, they might just hold it off and just be 2, but we'll see. But I'll say 3. 3 characters, and then, what other news? Oh, geez, it's gonna be the end of April, right? Which means Friday. Friday. On next Friday, do not forget to check out the Paimon bargain shop so that you can go to the Stardust Exchange and get yourself, you know, 5 Intertwined Fates and 5 Acquaint Fates. Refreshes in 5 days. Yes. So you only once again, I think you only need a total of 900. Yeah, 900 Stardust, and you'll get both of these. And yep, same thing with ZZZ. That shop also resets. What else? What else? What else? Something comes out at the end of the month. Like some game. Can't remember. No. That's fine. If I can't remember, it's probably nothing important. Let's see, just a quick surf on Twitter and YouTube. What do we have? No. Oh yeah. Next month. Next month will be the on the 29th of May, the release date, movie theatrical release for The Back Rooms. Can't wait for that. What started off as a 4chan thread post now has officially become a full-length movie. But as usual, I would rather watch that during the day, because if you go to any theater, especially on release day at night, you're gonna find yourself in a Minecraft situation. Remember what happened to Minecraft? Like, I still don't get it. Why? It's a thing in the game, but nobody freaked out about the chicken jockey. Or is it because of Jack Black? But yeah, if you want to avoid that possibility, well, you can always just watch a movie theater after or during the day, if you have time. Because I'm definitely not gonna be watching any popular movie like that when it's overcrowded. Things are heating up in the Invincibles and the Boys. In the Boys, both sides are trying to find the V1 virus thingamajig. Apparently, Homelander wants it to become immortal, but the others say it could be used to poison him. I haven't read the comics, but comic goers are saying, yeah, it's going to poison him. And then for Invincible, they're finally caught up with the comics or at that point in the comics where the Viltrumites are now on Earth, ready to get busy. But apparently the Viltrumites are having a hard time doing that. My woman hates me for staring at another woman. I care about these humans. And Thrag be like, what is wrong with you people? We just came here to make babies, and you're caring about these pitiful life forms? Disgusting. Oh well, I can't wait for when that moment when Thrag gets dragged to the floor. Yeah, I've already people on everywhere on YouTube was already spoiling what's gonna happen because it already happened in the comics. But sometimes they kind of like alter some scenes and the story, how the progress of the story. But what, I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see how things turn out. How they're gonna make Thrag submit. Oh, especially the one time where he's gonna freak out. And Alan the alien. Oh man. Man, I was rooting for him that he would stay as like a good friend, but no. Oh no. Optimus Prime gave him the ultimatum. But what will Mark do? What will Alan do? Will Alan actually do what Optimus Prime told him to do? There was like a saying, a comment that I saw, where betrayal, the worst thing about betrayal is that it doesn't happen from the enemies. It happens it happens from your closest allies. If that makes sense, now that I say that out loud. I mean, in a way, that's true. Just ask Obi-Wan Kenobi. Anyways, alright, so yeah, didn't find anything. Not much. Alright, so with that, I will then see you guys in the next stream. You folks have a good day and a good night. See you, folks.